Tes. Guys, kita akan, ya sudah habis ya banner. Oh no, udah banner baru cuy. Oh iya, hari Selasa udah banner baru guys. Udah banner baru, sudah tidak ada banner Furina ya. Baru sadar hari ini update ternyata. Kalian ngambil siapa nih? Ada banner baru. Kita ngambil bunga dulu ya, mana bunga? Kok nggak ada ya? Ada nih. Udah update banner ternyata. Bentar. Kita copy live chat. Docs. Lancar kan semuanya? Nice.
Stabilize.
Shine down.
Sengkola ini.
Strike a pose. Let the world come alive.
Udah update deh, sebenarnya baru sadar gitu kan. Ternyata hari ini.
A minute to memory.
Gather.
Everyone hold hands. Let my name echo in song. Hey. There is no escape.
Dua. Party para Arkon. Pam. Kita misi event dulu nih, tanggung nggak sampai cuy. Petualangan fantastis Tellsai. Cara bacanya gimana sih? Nggak bisa. Apa? Lah kok kesini? Nah, ini apa coy? Sebuah buku misterius. Oh shit. Mm, 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 mm.
We're here again. This is the final part of Thelxie's journey,
Dasar
but
Twitter kali.
the most important person is missing.
Everyone,
Everyone.
please don't be so down and gloomy. Remember what she told us? If we were to feel troubled, the patient would become anxious as well.
You're right.
You're right.
Paimon needs to smile. If we have to give something to Zuria, it should be our smiles. We have to keep smiling as we finish this adventure.
Betul,
And then
Paimon.
she'll be able to recover, right everyone?
Yeah, I'm sure she will.
Oh! Be careful, brave adventurers. Here come the evil monsters that stole the crown. They're... the deep-sea Cyclops. Let's beat them up! Surely not.
Watch out, everyone! They're coming at us again!
There's no need to fear. Prince Thelxie looks stronger than ever today. He must be going all out. Oh, this is the final enemy, right?
Ada frame ini tuh.
We'll reclaim the crown for you now, Your Highness.
Frost is coming! Get in gear! Hey! Frost is coming!
Shower me with praise. Let my name echo instead with me. Grow, grow, grow. Make yourselves at home. Oh,
Bang.
Commencing cleanup! Get in gear! Pair!
Wow, sakit juga.
Frost is coming! Pair! Get in gear! Pair!
Easy.
I'm sorry. I have to
I'm
go.
sorry.
I made a promise to my friends and I'm already very late.
But, Madame, you're still...
Don't try to stop me. Today's the most important day for treating Thelxie. We'll use the guidance method.
I'm not trying to stop you, Madame. It's just... Could you tell me the name of your child?
Dr. Jalacan, how can you forget the name of your own patient? His name is Thelxie. He's the prince of the kingdom of water imps.
Taxi.
We will go today to reclaim his crown and attend his coronation ceremony.
I see.
I see.
Madame,
I see.
please
I
rest
see.
assured, everything is still on schedule. Your friends have already departed to find... Wait, look. They've already returned.
Zuria! Zuria! We retrieved the
Surya.
crown!
Surya.
Paimon, everyone, have you really?
Yes, but the coronation ceremony still hasn't taken place, because we felt like you should be the one to preside over it.
Wonderful, how wonderful! Thelxie, my child, are you hearing this? Everything you lost will now come back to you, and soon, very soon, you will never be lonely
Masya
again.
kencang banget, pantesan aja. Si kocak.
And the last page of the picture book.
Bentar, udah sih.
It's still waiting for you to illustrate in color.
Right, the picture book. But I don't know what I should put on the last page.
Don't worry, Thelxie and his friends all know what should go on it. Get ready, Zuria. We'll describe everything for you.
Okay.
Okay.
At last, Thelxie and his friends were able to drive off the final invading monsters and achieve a dashing victory. Their success was complete, and the recovered crown resplendent.
The water imps. Finally returning to their
lucu gambarnya,
homes,
cuy.
showered the prince with love and applause as he greeted them. They once again offered their precious shells to the prince and reconstructed the rainbow bridge of old. As he watched the scene unfold, the prince could not help but be touched by its beauty.
Moved by everyone's happiness, the prince stepped onto the rainbow bridge and took a good... Huh? Where's the last person? The prince looked frantically around, but could not find the person he wanted to see most. At that moment, the person suddenly appeared on the other side of the bridge. She walked towards him with a smile and slowly lifted her veil.
The prince could not hold back his tears. He recognized then that the mysterious person that had been by his side the whole time was none other than his mother. Surya walked across the bridge and placed the crown above the prince's head. She smiled down upon him as she said, "My prince, my king, you shall never, ever need to feel lonely again."
That's the end of the story, Zaria.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I am so
Thank you
sorry,
all.
my child. Maman should have spent more time with you. Did you hear the story?
Did you hear?
You'll never
sorry?
have to feel lonely again.
You never have to feel alone again.
Mama loves you too.
What's happening?
What?
Is Zaria talking to Thelxie?
What's happening?
Quick, put on my diving helmet. There's a transcription module in it that's compatible with Thelxie's output signals. You should be able to use it to understand what Thelxie's saying.
Pam, 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 pam. Kenapa pakai sandi Morse anjir?
Mama,
Aku sayang.
Mama loves you too.
Ah, itu anaknya. The hell?
But I love you
Nah.
more, Mamo.
Kok jadi anak kecil, cuy?
What? Did
What?
you see something?
Mamon, I'm getting a little sleepy. If it's time for bed, can you hum a lullaby to me again?
Of course, my dearest child. As long as you want to hear it, Mama will always hum for you.
Thank you, Mamon.
Thank you,
Your
Mom.
lullaby has always been my favorite.
You
Now
have
that
been
I've heard
my
it,
favorite.
I can return to my dream and to the kingdom of water imps in
Ke
peace.
kerajaan sebelum air deh.
My poor darling.
My poor darling.
Please don't forget.
Please
I
don't
will
forget.
always love you.
Yeah,
My
I
love
love you.
is
Mm.
greater than the entire distance between
Zuria.
here and the kingdom of water imps.
I won't forget, Mamon. And so is my love for you. Greater than the entire distance between here and the kingdom of water imps. Good night, Mamon.
Oh, so sweet. Lucu banget.
Traveler, Paimon, you're here.
Traveler.
Fremine! Why did you call us in such a hurry? Did you hear something from Zuria? Oh, if it's not good news, Paimon doesn't want to hear it!
Don't worry, it's definitely
worry.
great news. The
It's
Madame came
definitely
here for a
great
visit
news.
just now with her doctor. Color has returned to her cheeks, and she sounded full of energy as well. She said she'd like to return to the court to continue hosting the art exhibit. But this time, she'll work with her doctor to exhibit some picture books related to the illness. Of course, Thelxie's fantastic adventures and the guidance therapy will be included in the exhibit as well. She'd like to use her experience to help others.
That's wonderful! So it
Wonderful.
wasn't bad news after all.
Mm-hmm. Here, please take this picture book with you. The Madame wanted you to have it. If, at some point in the future, you were to run into someone with similar troubles, she hopes the book would be of use to you.
But this is her son's story, right? Is it really okay to give the book to us?
Don't worry, it's just a copy. She still has the original. It's extremely important to her.
Alright, then there's no problem. It feels good knowing we've contributed to something important. Paimon definitely didn't expect the fantasy adventure to be so useful. Paimon was a little worried about how everything would turn out. After all, fantasy is just fantasy.
Paimon, do you know what the Madame said? She said that at the moment when she placed the crown on Thelxie's head, she felt like she really saw something beautiful. Her child. She also said that was when she was finally able to bid farewell to her son. She felt like at that moment, she was healed by some mystical power, and she was filled with courage from head to toe.
Oh, really? But could that just be another part of her fantasy?
Perhaps. But if fantasy is just fantasy, and the fantasy world is not real, then how could it still grant us these powers that we can continue to use in the real world?
Jadi mungkin ini bukan cuma fantasi belaka.
But what else could it be?
A descent of the fairy tale world into the real world. At that time, the wondrous fairy tale temporarily became reality and influenced real things in our world. That has to be what happened. You saw it too, didn't you?
But that can't be what happened, right? There's just no way. Wouldn't it be like a miracle if that really happened?
Yes, I suppose that would be a miracle. I hope that everyone who's found themselves in a dark place would be able to see something beautiful and experience a miracle for themselves.
Jadi eventnya sweet banget cuy. Event sweet banget. Sudah selesai. Filter. Lah hadiahnya gimana? Petualangan fantastis Telsa. Sebuah buku dongeng anak-anak yang hanya berisi 3 halaman. Menceritakan tentang kisah seorang pangeran yang berhasil melewati kesendirian. Bertuliskan bagi mereka yang mengalami masa sulit. Dengan huruf yang kecil di sampul belakangnya. Ada dong di tas.
Tea parties are a must.
Dapat ini. Dapat perabot. Mana tadi bukunya? Oh ini. Baca. Ih, lucu.
Well mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to
Hup. Yeay, selesai. Tuh nggak usah daily lagi anjir sekarang. Enak. I appreciate.
Don't tell me they did it again. For justice.
For justice. Nah ini udah 10 belum sih? Udah 10 cepet juga. Grafik belum nyala. Shadow-nya kita bagusin kali. Belum panas kan shadow. Mana cuy? Kalau nggak ya.
The show begins! Know my sword! Witness the power of Gugwa! Time to act! Dissipate! Everyone hold hands! The Temple of Wisdom!
Cia.
Let the world come alive! I'll settle this! Our bond is strong! Committed to memory! Hey!
Mm, 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 mm. Musicnya
Ring cutter.
tracer ini di mana-mana ya.
Stand with me.
Everyone hold hands. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Silau banget ya kayak.
I see everything. Yeah. Yoo-hoo!
Au.
Time to shine. Dissipate.
Mm, 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 mm. Jalan aja lah ya. Kalian pada gacha banner baru nggak nih? Ya udah, kayak gue skip sih. Nabung. Kita nabung banner ini. Kenapa? Meskipun pedangnya bagus ya. Crit rate juga. Mendapatkan 12% elemental damage bonus untuk semua elemen anggota partai lain. Crit rate.
The bond is strong.
Berapa? 600 doang.
Hey, help!
Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. I let my guard down. Strike a pose.
Everyone hold hands. Yeah.
Dissipate.
Hey,
Saya gede banget tuh.
Let my name echo in song.
this might hurt a little.
CDR. Teleport. Cucu.
Stand with me. Shower me with praise.
Yeah, I see everything. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What the hell?
Time to shine. Witness the power of Guhua. Know my sword. Out of my way. Dissipate.
Committed to memory. Hey,
Gue salah.
yeah. Yeah. Everyone hold hands.
Rusuh banget. Rusuh banget. Cucu. Jauh juga.
Let my name echo in song! Our bond is strong. Rain outlines your fate.
Kulus. What the fuck?
Shower me with How dare you! Let the world come alive!
Shit, mati.
Terrified! This way for you. Make yourself a room. Ouchie! Rain cutter.
Set silau banget coy. Kayak belum silau parahan.
I see everything.
Shit.
No one. Strike a pose. Ow! Let my name echo in song. Know my sword. Witness the power of good. Dissipate.
Kulus. Nanti ini yang mana cuy?
Hey! Yoo-hoo! Time to shine! Out of my way! Roll, roll, roll! Everyone hold hands! Yeah! Commit it to memory!
What the fuck?
I'm seeing scars. Roll, roll, roll! Strike a pose! Let the world come alive!
Ini berapa sih? Dua lagi. Hari ini kita habisin buat buku XP.
I see everything! The Temple of Wisdom! Yoo-hoo! Rain outlines your fate.
Alek coy.
Stand with me! I'll settle this! Time to shine!
Alek anjir. No way, disconnect.
Commit it to memory!
Ternyata disconnect coy.
Witness the power of Gugwa! Know my sword! Our bond is strong!
Ternyata disconnect kah? Ternyata disconnect kah? Oi, oi, oi. Oi, nge-lag, oi.
rain outlines your fate.
Yeah.
Our bond is strong. Out of my way!
Ngelek cu. Ngelek. Sudah habis. Nah, it's time to quest. It's time to quest. It's time to Archon quest.
Ad Astra. Thank you for complete. Ad Astra.
Ad Astra episodes. Ad Astra episodes. J. Aduh iya, aduh Linet. Berak gak bisa Archon. Harus ke Linet dulu.
Over here.
Over here.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow
Lini,
Gemma and see if we
Lini.
can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now.
Linet.
Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan.
Mulai dari mana
Today,
ya?
we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
We must be careful. Masuk.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lenny stroking his ego.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the
Yesterday
Phantom
morning.
Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate?
Wah,
Caesar was the weasel and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need to get
please,
so worked
sir.
up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Linny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm
Kemungkinan
still willing to put up with
itu
you.
fakta ini.
The weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any
No
case,
magician
dead
never
men
revealed
don't
their
talk.
secret.
So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
And move on.
Uh-oh. This is getting awkward.
Lorenzo?
It's
Is that?
awkward.
Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man?
What's
You wanna
up,
grab a
my
drink with
man?
me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die.
You know
Yeah.
what they say?
You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And he's still into, from what I hear.
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Linny, be my guest.
Be my guest.
But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
Any thoughts?
Totally.
Orang
And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy
More
Edmondo seems to
closely.
know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Rahasia pesulap. Cari Edmondo. Cari Edmondo? Where?
You okay there?
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I say way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg.
Hey.
Hey.
Voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions or make an enemy out of him.
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask.
Don't
Sorry,
even
I'm gonna have to cut this
ask.
conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too
not a
young for
good
this.
sign.
Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
And there
And
he goes.
there he goes.
What do we do now, Lenny?
What did you know,
I
Lily?
think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation. Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere.
We're here! Paimon's hungry.
Buset, ini
Should we go
belumnya
in and get
terang
something to eat?
banget cuy. Kayaknya nggak usah pakai belum ya. Belumnya terang bener.
Hey, quick! Look!
Look,
That's the limited
That's-
edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
cuma kue terbatas yang cuma dijual 16 potong dalam sehari.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it.
Tumben belum
Despite
habis.
the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
One slice of cake, please.
Kue satu,
Someone showed up after all.
ada yang robot.
Wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Alice,
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
I
Do you
love the
come
cake
here
and
often?
coffee here. Kamu sering sih?
Usually every day.
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my
Part
cake
of
and
my
coffee.
daily schedule.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you
Buy
think?
one, buy one.
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having
See,
some
dia itu
today.
banget ya.
No,
Filsuf
it's
banget.
the same for eating in
Life in the
general. You
present.
might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so
Yeah,
today, then
life
you
in
should
the
carry
present
on.
moment.
That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Hah, Paimon.
Don't be sad.
Berotak
Excuse
Paimon.
me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
Oh, you know
I
Sijuin?
sure do. She
I
was born
sure
before me,
do.
and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Teach us
She said
about
that humans are creatures that are
humans.
saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So
Feeding
please
them
try the cakes here.
delicious food.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Alright. Bye.
And there she goes.
And then she go.
All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Magnus. Magnus.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Kue pandan aja. Ya Allah, ke dalam cuma buat makan aja. Sebelumnya matiin dulu. Ke dalam cuma buat makan, cuy.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Kalau di ini ditepokin nggak? Pang, pang. Nggak ditepokin. Nggak ditepokin nggak? Charlotte.
If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
You've got some nerve.
Apa?
You just used us to make some quick mora.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in
Ah,
Poisson some time back, so I sent you a
know
letter
about
to
that.
discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I
Why
say you're worth an
not?
interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
What will you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
No.
If you're seriously asking, then I might
Okay.
try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably
Yeah,
still be
mungkin.
prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
That's so nice. Tiba-tiba Paimon jadi agak sirik.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Sudahlah, kita lihat laut yuk.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Angin laut, terus pemandangan combo mantap buat menenangkan pikiran.
Paimon's been thinking,
Paimon jadi mikir nih.
if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Anjir, perbincangan di jam 2 pagi. Kalau bukan cuma Fontaine, tapi seluruh Tevat bakal hancur besok. Kita mau kemana? Mau ngapain?
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Salah. Yang mau Paimon tanya itu, kalau kamu bisa milih, bakalan ngapain? Pilihan.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Kita kan selalu bergerak ke tujuan berikutnya. Jadi nggak pernah pikirin yang kayak gini. Lagian nggak usah juga. Toh kita kan di jalan terus. Kalau terjadi, ya mungkin lagi kita di jalan juga.
You mean, still traveling?
You mean still traveling? Menghargai setiap menit dan setiap detik.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Itu sih yang selama ini kita lakuin kan. Apaan? Perbincangan ringan berlanjut seiring waktu berlalu. Malam pun tiba dan kalian pulang penginapan untuk menutup hari yang penuh perbincangan ringan. Si ringan tuh ngomongin bumi hancur, ngomongin Tevat hancur ringan tuh. Beberapa hari setelahnya berlalu dengan damai. Charlotte menemuimu untuk wawancara di markas Pina di Rosella di Flavio Cendre. Navia setelah menyelesaikan urusannya di Poisson bahkan sempat mampir untuk berfoto bersama. Semuanya lancar. Reputasi kota.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Isadora.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we...
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson
Muka
then.
Paimon tengil banget. Oke deh, kita gas ke Poisson.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't
Poisson?
hide her sadness and remorse.
Poisson?
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Beda ya kalau tidak pernah jadi detektif. Haha.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Poisson, here we come. Temui Farina di Poisson.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Wow.
Could Farina really be here? Let's
Farina.
try to find her as soon as possible.
Farina. Poppy, 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 poppy. Pipo, pipo, pipo. Ah, Farina.
over there. Really?
Should I just give up?
Should I
This is
just give
all
up?
meaningless.
It is all meaningless. No, jangan begitu, Verina. Don't ever think like that.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
No way.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Give up, Farina. There's
Give
no
up.
point in holding out.
No way.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Verina,
Who's that?
who is that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Tenang, Verina. Cuma kami doang kok. Ini
So
masih
it is
aja
you,
bisa ketawa.
blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg
Masih
for
aja.
my forgiveness.
Masih aja gimmick aja, Verina.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
Sedih banget coy ceritanya coy.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this
Jangan
morning was
bohong.
so moving. I'm
Jangan
still
bohong.
trying to Who did that uncivilized rabble? They even dare to tout their archon.
Masih aja
I
gimmick.
must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Say Phantom are free. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line. That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
No way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Lari. Lari, lari, lari.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina!
Hey, Verina.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Hooray. They almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Fine.
Paimon's exhausted.
Paimon exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
I'm so tired.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
You don't like. Lo.
What's happening?
What's
The ground's
happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation...
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Rina sudah sampai batasnya ya. Dia mulai membuka diri dan agak rileks. Mau membicarakan isi hatinya. Setelah Furina tenang, kalian pun
It's
mulai
true.
mengobrol ring.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to... Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden.
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
My duty alone.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes? In other words, you never belonged here.
You never belonged here.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Yes.
If that's the case...
Cutscene cuy. Cutscene. No way. Gempa. Lah. Lah tiba-tiba di Opera House Aichi.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Tiba-tiba di Opera House.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
What the fuck, ini mimpi kan? Nggak mungkin dong. Ini mimpi.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Ini mimpi kan? Jangan bilang ini kenyataan.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just
Oh my god. Cat damn. Cat.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon?
Wow, how utterly
Lady Farina, what is that?
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my accept. I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making... Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole... Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic...
All right, then. Who will be my...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat.
What the hell? Kok tiba-tiba sidang? Sidang lagi.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smolder. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
Lucu banget partnya.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Okay.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Objection.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that... Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, all right?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
What the fuck? Gila, Charlotte baik banget ya. Mencatat semua kejadian kita selama di Fontaine.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Wow, baik banget Charlotte ya.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Trial has now begun.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Traveler ngomong cuy.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right?
Siapa
She's not our
sangka
Archon at all?
selama ini.
Charge accepted.
Siapa sangka
Lady
selama
Farina,
ini.
do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure,
Wow.
Lady Farina can be super irresponsible.
Traveler
But what
berotak
grounds does that
sengku cuy.
prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
Traveler berotak sengku.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Wow, kita menang. Kita menang.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Apa buktinya Farina bukan pemilik dari Octopi?
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
No matter how generous an Archon can be, how can they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Wow, kita menang.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Kita menang.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our... Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real... If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to...
Aja.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Just a few seconds.
Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a...
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally... However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Kayaknya ini cuman drama teater deh. Kayak gue bisa mencium.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said,
Kayaknya ini cuma drama dah.
any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
Kayaknya ini drama dah, nggak kayak pengadilan asli. Gimik drama, gimik drama di pengadilan.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Guilty. No way.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Apakah bersalah? Apakah bersalah? Apakah bersalah?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Jangan-jangan.
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, The exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty.
Guilty.
To be punished via the death sentence.
Oh my god. Dan dijatuhi hukuman mati.
The death sentence?
Death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
Ini beneran ada hukuman mati? Sama ini aku kira cuma mitos doang.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice.
Oh my god.
Unexpected twist.
Oh my god.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
Kita cuma mau bikin dia sadar bahwa keadaannya sudah genting. Biar dia mau jujur. Kenapa malah jadi kayak gini?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Diputuskannya tertulis Archon Hydro dan Farina.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
Jangan-jangan Hydro Archon.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Ini artinya apa, cuy?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Anjir, Fremine niat banget, cuy. Pergi mencari batu. Bentar-bentar nutup jendela.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
Wow.
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Apa isinya? Ini Archon Hydro terdahulu sedang mengerahkan kekuatannya. Para oceannya berbeda.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paima will do her best to help you remember.
Pilih untuk melihat deskripsi yang tergambar di atas tablet batu dan ambil informasi dari. Apakah gue berotak sengkok?
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Oh, berarti jangan-jangan semua orang di Fontaine dulunya Oceanid.
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paima wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Manuk akal. Menggambarkan Celestia yang melayang di udara. Lalu Archon Hydro dan para pengikutnya memujanya bersama-sama. Tapi, langit masih tetap menjatuhkan hukuman bagi mereka.
That doesn't sound quite... That doesn't...
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Oh my god. Menggambarkan Archon Hydro yang tenggelam pada lautan dikelilingi banyak orang.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Manuk akal. Menggambarkan pemandangan yang sama dengan yang dijelaskan dalam ramalan yang beredar di kalangan Fontaine. Orang Fontaine akan larut dalam air laut, lalu Archon Hydro akan duduk tahta seorang diri sambil menang.
That doesn't sound...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Wow.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Oh my god.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of...
String. Pembuktian berhasil. Pembuktian berhasil.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Silakan. Tablet batu pertama membuktikan bahwa penduduk Fontaine sebenarnya bukan manusia.
Incredible! Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late
real
previous
human.
Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard us. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are a key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Bahwa warga Fontaine akan mengadili Archon Hydro di pengadilan ini. Berarti
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is,
berarti
even though
sejarah
we decided to
terulang
put on this
kembali.
trial to avoid fulfilling the
Berarti
prophecy,
ini
in truth,
sejarah yang
everything
terulang
we've done
kembali.
has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Rasanya seperti dipermainkan takdir.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far... As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Apa tuh? Bukti akhir.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the...
Sebenarnya apa sumber dari bencana alam? Kecil deh dong. Pause dong.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing.
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
Tring. Ada cutscene. What the hell? Tiba-tiba muncul cuy. No way. Anjay, Cilde datang. Cilde meskipun brengsek. Baik juga ya membantu. Yeah. Tiba-tiba ada cutscene sih. Cilde, welcome back. No way. Anjing, Cilde jatuh lagi, cok.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Betul.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would... From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with... Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
It is too late. Maksud?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off to...
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the truth. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may...
Kalau urusannya sama takdir.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Anjing. No way. Cutscene.
Oh, what's happening with the oratories?
Oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No way. Furina. Cakep banget.
No, I still need answers.
No. Oh my god. Ada siapa tadi coy? Ada siapa tadi coy? You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help
Ih,
myself.
mommy banget suaranya. Maaf, aku merasa muka terkejutmu itu sangat lucu. Aku tidak tahan.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Kamu bukan Furina. Siapa kamu?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Fosalor. You know, the god.
Ah, bagus. Kekagetanmu berarti aku berhasil menipu semua orang. Bukankah sudah jelas kalau aku ini sang Archon? Fosalor.
Fosalor.
Why
did you deceive us?
Why you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Heavenly principle.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving. Heavenly principles. Coba banyak screenshot ini.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
Ah, maksudnya ramalan merepotkan itu. Nyusahin kan? Yang semua orang larut. Fontaine banjir bah.
One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it?
Waktu pendahuluku Egeria melemparkan ramalan itu ke aku, yah, rasanya repot sekali kan.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass.
Dia tahu betul bahwa ramalan itu akan digenapi.
And And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
Dan sebagai salah satu dari The Seven, dia juga tahu betul bahwa prinsip langit tidak bisa dilawan.
So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
Ya, ini mustahil. Mustahil sekali, betul.
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
Aku menghabiskan waktu merenungkan semuanya sendirian di dasar laut. Sampai cangkang kerang sekelilingku mengeluarkan gelembung. Lalu, tiba-tiba, jawabannya muncul.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
Semua orang akan selamat. Bahkan, jika ramalan itu digenapi dengan cara menipu prinsip langit.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
Hebat kan? Jelas. Makanya Egeria menunjukku sebagai penerusnya.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Dan ya, dia melempar semua beban itu ke pundakku. Menyelamatkan bangsa ini. Tugas Archon Hydro. Bahkan sampai dosa karena menciptakan manusia baru.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Aku bisa apa coba? Salah siapa aku dulunya salah satu pelayan Oceanic dirinya.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Jadi kamu juga tadi Oceanid yang menjadi manusia akibat perbuatan Egeria.
Yes, I was.
Yes.
I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Betul sekali. Menjadi manusia adalah impianku. Bahkan sampai saat ini. Di mataku, keberadaan manusia adalah sandiwara yang paling menakjubkan.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Setelah menjadi dewa, aku memisahkan kuasaku dari tubuh dan jiwaku. Meninggalkan diri yang naif dan bingung seperti diriku di masa lalu, ketika pertama menjadi manusia. Mau gue baca lagi. Setelah menjadi dewa, aku memisahkan kuasaku dari tubuh dan jiwaku. Meninggalkan diri yang naif dan bingung seperti diriku di masa lalu, ketika pertama menjadi manusia.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
Aku yang berdiri di hadapanmu saat ini adalah dewa. Sementara sisi manusianya aku beri nama Farina.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Dia akan punya amarah dan kegembiraan. Murka ketika memang harus murka, dan lemah ketika memang harus lemah.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Tapi di mataku, Farina adalah manusia yang sempurna. Karena dia serupa dengan mereka. Wujudnya adalah cerminan diriku yang paling ideal. Oh my god, sedih banget.
Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Singkat cerita, aku memberinya kutukan. Jadi kutukan itu beneran ya tadi yang dibilang Traveler.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Dan itu kulakukan agar tujuan kami tercapai. Agar kami bisa menipu prinsip langit. Berarti Orotrace itu Vakalor. Vakalor nyamar jadi Orotrace yang bikin Childe bersalah, padahal kan dia nggak bersalah harusnya kan, agar Childe bisa menghambat paus bintang yang tadi. Oh my god. Jadi selama ini kita di Fontaine udah di dalam skenario nya Vakalors. Oh my god.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Di bawah kutukanku, selama kedewaan diri ini masih ada, dia tidak bisa mati. Tapi dia juga tidak akan pernah bisa menikmati kebahagiaan sejati sebagai manusia.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
Dia pun dipaksa untuk naik ke panggung opera ini sebagai pemeran utama wanitanya. Memerankan dewa untuk selama-lamanya, agar ramalan itu terlihat seperti sudah tergenapi.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
Maka sekarang tentunya kamu sudah paham kenapa gedung ini. Tentunya kamu sudah Maka sekarang tentunya kamu sudah paham kenapa gedung pengadilan ini diberi nama Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Tentu saja, dia adalah sisi manusia diriku. Betul. Tapi, jika ada kesempatan, tentunya aku perlu meminta maaf pada diriku sendiri.
It's been 500 years.
500 tahun ini baginya.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Adalah satu opera yang sepi, sedih, dan tidak berkesudahan. Tunggu, apa ini alam bawah sadar Farina? Farina, kenapa dia ada di atas panggung? Sebentar. Itu bukan Farina. Itu cermin alam bawah sadarnya. Kalau aku bisa bicara langsung dengan dirinya yang itu, mungkin aku bisa tahu kebenarannya. Aku kesini untuk mendapat jawaban. Kesempatan ini tidak boleh disia-siakan. Coba aku bicara dengannya. Gila, lampunya ada 3 cuy. Key like, feel like, ambient light. Farina.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Fosalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Get with me.
This may hurt a little.
it gives. The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song! Our bond is strong.
Committed to memory. Yeah.
Ada tiket. Adegan 1 di hadapan cermin. Verina. Verina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Sosok di dalam cermin.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
Diriku di dalam cermin. Ngomong apa?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me.
Lah, di sini rambut Verina yang panjang kok nggak kelihatan?
As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But
kalau yang pendek itu Verina, benar atau benar?
I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other,
Is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
I'll be looking forward. Ada kedua, pidato pengangkatan Hareya. Lah, Trevor mana sih? Ini ada rambut panjangnya sekarang. Jadi nggak ada rambut panjangnya.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just—
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Nonton ya, Suri.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the
you ask me. Perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might—
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That... Oh, very good, my people. Oh, now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Adegan 3 gedung opera Farina. Ini lari, tadi jalan.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the opera house in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Minum teh? Apa makan kue?
Lady Verena, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still...
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already... All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any...
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue
Tidur. Kasar Farina cuy. Siapa yang mau tidur bareng Farina?
The day is finally over. I haven't had a but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Adegan 4 ini nyampe adegan berapa, coy?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near...
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep... I don't think I let anything slip today. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
Zoom. Aduh. Ini belum ngobrol sampai kapan, cuy? Terakhir. Adegan 18235.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close. I've heard that the first member...
What is it?
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is...
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your...
No.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached my want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the
Mau kamar mandi dulu guys, sumpah guys, sebelah guys. Be right back ya, be right back. Tes. Ambek. Let's go.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Adegan 18:2376.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Itu suaraku. Ini dengan waktu kita lagi dalam kotak suap raksasa.
Share my burden.
Share my burden?
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness?
Witness?
Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Deja vu.
If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of... No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
Salah. Dan lagian, memangnya separah itu ya? Salah gitu kalau aku butuh teman curhat yang mau mendengarkan keluh kesahku. Boleh kan?
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely... All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
No way. Gagal.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Jadi, bahkan Farina pun tidak tahu kebenarannya. Kamu tidak pernah beritahu dia.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself.
What the hell? Ya, aku terpaksa. Karena jika ingin menipu prinsip langit, yang pertama-tama harus kita tipu adalah diri kita sendiri.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
Dia melakukan tugasnya dengan sangat baik. Jika keteguhannya itu goyah, barang sekali saja selama 5 abad ini, maka nasib Fontaine akan berakhir dengan sangat tragis.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
Ternyata mempercayai. Guys, KBBI yang tepat memercayai atau mempercayai buat PR. Ternyata mempercayai manusia adalah pilihan yang tepat.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not?
Aku merasa sudah cukup memahami siasat penipuanmu ini. Tapi itu baru setengah saja dari kebenarannya, bukan?
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Bagaimana caramu mengandalkan hal tersebut untuk menyelamatkan warga Fontaine? Itulah yang paling penting.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue.
Bagus. Bagus. Tentunya Iudex Fontaine tahu di mana inti permasalahannya.
I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
Aku yakin kamu sudah tahu sejak dulu bahwa Oratrice itu bukan mesin biasa, betul?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
Aku curiga mesin itu punya kehendaknya sendiri. Dan Lenny pernah bilang bahwa dia mendengar ada suara orang di ruang inti Oratrice.
It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Orang itu sebenarnya kamu, yang selama ini bersembunyi di dalam mesin itu. Benar bukan?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Dan kemudian aku menyatu dengan Oratrice dengan membawa serta gnosis Fontaine. Ya, kira-kira seperti itu kan?
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
Ya, sayangnya pemahamanmu mengenai alat ini masih kurang dalam.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Aslinya, mesin itu bukan alat untuk menegakkan keadilan. Sebaliknya, dia adalah alat yang diciptakan untuk membunuh dewa keadilan.
I beg your pardon?
Maaf, bisa diulang?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Oh, baiklah, lebih jelas lagi. Oratrice bukan hanya akan membunuh dewa keadilan, tapi juga menjatuhkan takhta suci yang ditempatkannya.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered?
Hehe, kamu kira aku sejahat itu sampai tega santai-santai sambil melihat Farina menderita?
My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice.
Yang aku kerjakan selama 500 tahun ini adalah mengumpulkan indemnitium dari dalam Oratrice.
But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
Ya, bahkan sudah ada yang sadar kan bahwa hanya bagian kecil saja dari total jumlah energi yang dihasilkan alat itu yang akhirnya digunakan sebagai sumber tenaga Fontaine.
The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Sebagian besarnya dikumpulkan untuk menjatuhkan hukuman mati ini.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Itu kan bener kan? Gue udah curiga dari awal, ternyata ini kayak orkestrasi yang dimainkan. Ternyata orkestrasi ini dimainkan oleh Vocalord. Berarti semua ini bagian dari rencanamu ya? Baik sidang ini maupun putusan yang dijatuhkan.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice.
Betul. Kekuatan yang terkumpul selama 5 abad ini dapat menopang Fontaine untuk ribuan tahun ke depan, jika semuanya digunakan hanya untuk itu saja. Tapi seluruh kekuatan itu tersimpan di dalam Oratrice.
But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Hanya kekuatan sebesar inilah yang mampu menghancurkan takhta suci Archon Hydro, menggoyahkan aturan yang ditetapkan Celestia, dan menghancurkan institusi yang disebut The Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Artinya, hukuman mati yang dijatuhkan Oratrice bukanlah dijatuhkan kepada Farina maupun Vocalor, melainkan Archon Hydro.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be.
Dengan menghancurkan takhta suci itu, berarti tujuanmu, jika aku tidak salah paham, adalah
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Tentu saja mengembalikan apa yang seharusnya memang milikmu. Tentu saja mengembalikan apa yang seharusnya memang milikmu lah.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Dengan kata lain, semua ini dilakukan agar kekuasaan Archon Hydro dikembalikan kepada naga Hydro planet ini yang sesungguhnya. Tapi
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Kenapa? Mau sedih lagi?
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
Kekuasaan para naga purba akan kembali kepadamu, wahai Raja Naga Hydro. Kenapa malah bermuram durja? Hehehehe.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Begitu banyak yang kamu lakukan selama ratusan tahun ini. Semuanya itu hanya untuk mengorbankan diri pada akhirnya.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Aku tidak melihat seperti itu kok. Bahkan saat ini pun. Aku senang sekali siasat tipu-tipu ini bisa berhasil. Hehehe.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Naga Hydro, jangan nangis ya, jangan nangis ya. Naga Hydro, jangan nangis ya.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
Jujur ya, kalau aku berhak, aku juga ingin sekali mengadili si prinsip langit. Kan dia juga kurang lebih sama salahnya.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Egeria mencuri kekuatan lautan primordial, sedangkan prinsip langit mencuri kekuatan kalian para naga purba.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
Aku adalah dewa keadilan. Adalah adil jika kekuatan yang seharusnya menjadi milikmu kembalikan kepadamu.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
Bicara soal keadilan ya, aku selalu percaya bahwa keadilan itu tinggal dalam proses manusia mengejar keberadaan.
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin,
jadi jika mencuri kekuatan lautan primordial adalah dosa mula-mula Fontaine,
then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice.
Maka dengan tidak memindahkan mana yang benar dan mana yang salah, bahwa penduduk Fontaine yang menjadi manusia berserta hak mereka untuk ada di dunia ini adalah keadilan yang mula-mula bagi Fontaine.
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence.
Dengan kata lain, keberadaan adalah keadilan bagi Egeria. Dan bagiku, keadilan adalah kelanjutan dari keberadaan itu.
Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others.
Menentang ramalan itu dan memastikan keberlangsungan hidup orang Fontaine adalah keadilan yang seharusnya dijunjung tinggi melebihi yang lain.
At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
Dan saat ini, baik aku maupun seluruh warga Fontaine lainnya telah sama-sama menanggung beban dosa ini terlalu lama.
Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
Iudex Neuvillette, Hakim Agung di tanah ini, ketika kekuatanmu sebagai penguasa elemen telah dipulihkan, putusan apa yang akan kamu jatuhkan ke atas kami?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Jadi, ketika aku diundang ke court of Fontaine untuk mengemban tugas sebagai Iudex, itu semua permainanmu ya?
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
Akhirnya aku dapat seutuhnya memahami makna dan tujuan jabatan ini yang sesungguhnya.
In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel.
Pada awalnya, aku tidak peduli pada keberadaan manusia. Namun, hidup bersama mereka selama 5 abad telah mengajariku cara untuk saling mengerti dan saling memahami. Aku bahkan ingin bisa merasa seperti mereka.
You are a devious one, Fussalor.
Fussalor, kamu ini licik juga ya.
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Dan dengan mempertimbangkan semua yang telah terjadi, tentunya kamu sudah tahu bahwa aku tidak akan pernah menjatuhkan putusan bersalah pada mereka. Cutscene.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
No way. Apakah ini tarian terakhir? No. No way. No way. Terima kasih Perina untuk semua yang telah kamu lakukan. Mulai dari sekarang, kehidupan sebagai seorang manusia seperti kebaikan dan menakutkan. Telat banget.
I, Judex Nuvelet, hereby declare,
dengan ini menyatakan
people of Fontaine,
rakyat
your
Fontaine
sins are
kalian
forgiven.
telah diputuskan. Kalor.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Yes, Navia is already done.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Kamu dapat
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Jatuhkan palu keadilan. Maksudnya
The
apa?
root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy.
Agar segala malapetaka
Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
Agar segala malapetaka yang menimpa Fontaine, makhluk buas yang menggenapi ramalan namanya adalah All-Devouring Narwhal.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Ikutlah denganku, pengembara. Waktunya melaksanakan penghukuman. Bertarung?
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Caranya gimana, Bejir?
Shower me with praise! I see everything!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
This may hurt a little.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my soul.
Time to shine! Make yourselves a room! I'll settle this!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Ini tutornya gimana nih, woi? Kita boleh makan.
Why is there a hole thingy over there? It looks really scary! Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Rain cutter! Dissipate!
Strike a pose! Time to shine!
What the hell? Ini siapa, Cok? Ini siapa, anjay? Itu siapa?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Wow, ini siapa? Terima kasih sudah bantu beres-beres. Harusnya itu kerjaan aku sih, tapi sudahlah. Oh my god. Ini siapa, Cok? Dia vision antar dimensi kah?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Aku cuma mau adakan sesi perhatian pendek. Tapi tidak disangka muridku malah jadi bertarung melawan peliharaan guruku. Peliharaan guru?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point.
Murid?
But they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Ya, sejujurnya aku ada firasat bakal seperti ini sih ujungnya. Tapi waktu pertemuan lebih awal dari dugaan. Kacau. Sebagai gantinya, aku harus mengayunkan pedang 3 juta kali untuk menebus kekalahan. Murid.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Kekuatan itu. Siapa kamu sebenarnya?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Paimon tahu dari mana, Cok? Paimon tahu dari mana? Paimon kayaknya tahu deh. Kalau dari omongannya barusan, dia itu gurunya Childe, Skirk. Betul? Paimon tahu dari mana, Cok?
Just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
Cuma kalau dari ceritanya si Childe, gurunya itu tipe yang nggak banyak ngomong.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Tuh kan? Aku hanya tidak tahu mau bicara apa dengan yang lemah. Tapi kalian beda. Kalian berhasil mengalahkan all-devouring narwhal tanpa menggunakan kekuatan yang bukan berasal dari dunia ini. Apa itu kekuatan yang bukan berasal dari dunia ini? Jangan bilang ini Skirk, S-K-I-R-K, bacanya Skirk. Sama kayak Traveler, bukan dari Teyvat.
So you may speak to me as equals.
Jadi kalian boleh bicara denganku sebagai orang yang setara.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Kekuatannya tidak selevel. Dia tidak suka dielus atau dipeluk. Makannya kelewat rakus. Bahkan muridku masih punya urusan yang lebih penting daripada mengurusnya. Satu-satunya hal yang keren hanyalah wujudnya saja.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Orang mana, makhluk apa yang mau pelihara paus? Intinya dia ini gagal total sebagai binatang pelihara.
Miss Skirk, I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Memangnya apa?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Ya, si peliharaan ini nyaris menghancurkan satu bangsa.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait,
Jadi,
is that right?
Guru, alias Guru Silde itu orang macam apa?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Baiklah, aku kira kalian sudah tahu dia siapa. Ternyata belum.
His name is Surtalogi.
Namanya adalah Surtalogi. Namanya Surtalogi. Siapa?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Aku belum pernah dengar nama itu.
So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Ternyata guru masih kurang terkenal ya. Gimana ya? Kalian pernah dengar nama The Fowl?
The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about The Visionary? Vetterfilnir then? Or Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Belum pernah dengar. Kalau Vetterfilnir si Pramal atau Gold Rhine-Daughter. Jangan bilang.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, Rhine-Daughter. Saya tahu. Anggota Hexen Circle. Ibunya si Albedo, benar kan?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
Jadi setidaknya kalian tahu nama itu. Jujur, aku sendiri juga cuma tahu namanya saja dari guru. Aku tidak kenal mereka.
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Tapi sekarang kalian sudah paham ya, guruku itu mirip-mirip dengan Rhine-Daughter. Mereka sama-sama mengejar kesempurnaan. Oh my god.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? My mind didn't quite catch their name.
Joki build karakter di mana? Wah, kurang tahu Robi.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
Kurang tahu kalau build joki karakter. Mungkin bisa cari di Twitter, kalau nggak di grup-grup Facebook kayak. Biasanya di Twitter itu banyak tuh yang share-share buka joki. Kalau main Twitter, kalau main Facebook cari di Facebook. Wow. Lupakan saja. Sebaiknya aku beritahu saja dari sekarang.
That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Bahwa all-devouring narwhal menggunakan hampir seluruh kekuatannya untuk melawan kalian.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest.
Kekuatan hydro sebesar itu akan sulit sekali diserap lautan planet ini sekaligus.
As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Oleh sebab itu, fontaine di atas sana pasti sedang kacau balau sekarang.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Dengan kata lain, ramalan yang kalian khawatirkan itu sekarang sedang jadi kenyataan.
What?
Apa? Tapi
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
tenang, Fokalor berhasil menipu prinsip langit.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
No way. No way. Fontaine tenggelam, coy.
Only then will the sins
Ini
of the
kalau bad
people of
ending nih.
Fontaine be washed
Kalau bad
away.
ending, ini kalau bad ending nih. Kalau Fontaine tenggelam.
Help! Over here!
Apa nih? Apa ini kejadian nyata? Nggak mungkin dong ini kejadian nyata. Masa iya ini kejadian nyata? Beneran ternyata, Cok. Ini kejadian nyata nih.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Ternyata kejadian nyata tuh. Tenggelam beneran anjir.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
Epic. Epic. Ternyata nyata, cuy. Gue kira kayak flashback gitu. Ternyata kejadian nyatanya.
Look, the water's receding.
Ternyata kejadian nyata, cuy. Saya kira tenggelam tadi kayak gambaran bad ending gitu. Ternyata beneran. Prophecy is wrong. Anjir, Fontaine selamat. Fontaine selamat. Prophecy is wrong. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Ramalannya salah. Epic banget anjir konten. Ceritanya keren banget coy. Conquest Fountain keren banget. Nggak bohong. Gila. Keren banget coy. Pengenalan gambar anti kriminal yang sudah gagal dari dulu. Gila epic banget coy. Conquest Fountain anjir. Tiba-tiba udah di kota anjir. Teleport ke kota.
Huh? Isn't that Charlotte? What could she want with Lapine Pauline?
Pretty please with the cherry on top, Charlotte. Journalist extraordinaire. Please tell me you're joking. I read that a gang of criminals tricked the Gardamex by disguising themselves as blubber beasts. It's true, isn't it? It has to be. I've invested all my savings into graph adversarial technology and even taken out a sizable bank loan. I'm begging you like the beggiest beggar in all of Begdom.
Kameranya.
Okay. I need you to calm down a little, Miss Lapine Pauline. I admire your passion for your research, and I don't mean to dash your hopes for those, but I'm afraid I'm not joking. The Blubber Beast incident was—
Oh, Paimon sees what happened here. Sounds like the report Lapine Pauline read in the Steambird wasn't in the news section after all.
Funnily enough, I actually remember being in a meeting where the editing team was debating the potential risk of misleading the public with this story. They even went to Maison Gardiennage for advice. But to our surprise, they fully supported us printing it. They figured that the false intel would be a great way to dupe potential criminals into wearing ridiculous— In truth, Gardamex are extremely sophisticated in their capabilities. They can identify criminals just as reliably as the best human guards, so a crude disguise isn't gonna get you far. If anything, it'll just make you stand out all the more. Since we ran that story, the Maison Gardiennage has made a slew of arrests, including, one phantom blubber beast, a titanic red-crowned finch, and a Spectre Man. So I knew this story had helped out law enforcement, but this is the first time I'm learning of an innocent citizen being deceived by it, and investing so much mora for nothing.
Uh-oh. So Lapine Pauline's whole research project is based on a fictional story?
Ah, jadi proyek penelitian
Which means we're not gonna get a big bonus after all. But more importantly, she's gonna lose everything
Jadi
she's invested.
Lapine Pauline itu fiktif dari cerita.
Traveler,
Cerita
Paimon,
cerpen ternyata.
you're back! I was in the area taking some photos for a story when I got to talking to Miss Lapine Pauline about her research. She told me about your collaboration. She was hoping I could write an article to spread awareness about image recognition technology. She even paid me for the article and gave me one of her prototype devices before I could get a word in. I unfortunately had to dash her hopes, and I'm afraid all your hard work was in vain too. She's desperately trying to find a way to rescue the project and get you the mora you're due. I've tried to let her down gently, but she's finding it all very hard to accept.
This is a new situation for us too. It's such a pity. It seems like the author was only trying to make the story interesting, and the Maison Gardiennage only had Fontaine's best interest in mind.
Wait, Miss Lapine Pauline, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamek, head to the opera at Biclès, and get a one-way ticket to the Fortress of Meropide. That way, I won't have to repay my debts. It's the only way I can afford to keep on living.
Whoa, there's no need to go that far. I mean, come on, look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamek's armor. In all likelihood, they'd only hold you up at the Maison Gardiennage for a few days before letting you out, and then you'd still have to repay your debts. Actually, instead of going into the technicalities of that, how much?
270,000 mora.
Okay, well, escaping to the Fortress of Meropide over a sum like that seems like a last resort. Surely there must be other options.
Not anymore. I used to be an equipment supplier to the Fontaine Research Institute before that blew to pieces, and now I'm just a small-time engineer. I scraped together some savings over the past few years, but I put every last mora into this project, and now I'm left with nothing. It's not just my savings that are gone, it's my whole future as a graph adversarial technology specialist, and my
Sabar ya, Lapin Pauline.
My life is over.
Don't despair, Miss Lapine Pauline. I think I know a way for you to turn this around.
Pauline.
This prototype you've given me, the camera lens for image recognition sample collection. It's really quite something. You said you designed it specifically for high-fidelity image capture and analysis, yes? The rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful function in its own right. It's sure to make many journalists' jobs much easier. In fact, I'd say it has the potential to revolutionize Fontaine's news media. So your research efforts thus far are by no means in vain. The technology you've developed may have many applications that you've never even considered.
Really?
Absolutely. I've been working as a journalist for the Steambird for a long time now. No one understands the issues we journalists face on a day-to-day basis better than me. So keep calm, take heart, and start thinking about mass production. In the meantime, I'll show your invention to all my colleagues to drum up interest in your product.
I can't believe it! If this is true, then I can look into setting up a whole camera lens development pipeline. My big-ticket orders and billionaire aspirations are still in the cards. Oh, maybe I should consider taking out another loan. That way, I can rapidly improve the lens production process, be the first to market, and prepare to battle for dominance in the camera industry.
Come on! Stop daydreaming about your pipelines for a minute. Just take it one step at a time and see how it goes. There's no sense in putting all your eggs in one basket before things are even off the ground.
Pelan-pelan tapi pasti saja.
And I can probably speak to some people I know and license my image recognition device to a workshop to raise some funds. I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner. There's no time to lose. I need to get to work. Early bird gets the worm.
Can you believe her? She just ran off. Paimon's pretty sure our advice went in one ear and out the other.
It's understandable. When inspiration and passion strike at the same time, it's all too easy to throw yourself headfirst into your work and forget about everyone around you. A lot of journalists are the same way when they're first starting out. But don't you worry. I'm gonna write an article on all this, and I'll be checking in on her regularly. Her research has the potential to benefit the entire journalistic community. I'll give her plenty of input to stop her from going down any rabbit holes, and make sure mass production of her lens can begin as soon as possible.
It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking out for her, Charlotte.
Hidup Charlotte.
Actually, you know what? Why don't you two take this prototype lens? I'm sure you'll have... It takes the right person to get the most out of a new technology. And you're...
Thanks a lot, Charlotte.
Thanks a lot,
No
Charlotte.
bonus, no biggie. This makes everything worth it.
You're welcome. I got something out of this too. The beginnings of a very interesting news story. The boundaries between real news reports and news-like fiction must not be blurred, even when there's a compelling justification for doing so. Yes, that's how I'll phrase it to the editors when I give them my feedback. Let's hope we don't mislead any more well-meaning citizens in the future.
Yay.
The Solo renewed. The Spina attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Wow.
Wow! Paimon barely
Laporan
recognizes the
keren
people in the
banget.
reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Betul.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Dapat achievement. Demi hari esok yang lebih indah, warga membangun kembali rumah mereka. Keren. Pergi ke Poisson. Ini udah bisa belum Confessnya cuy? Yeay, adegan terakhir. Penyamaran sang pendosa, chapter 4 bagian 5. Lah. Pergi ke Poisson. Bencana alam yang menimpa Fontaine akan segera berakhir. Tidak peduli apapun yang terjadi, pers akan terus memeras berita sampai kering. Dengan kata lain, orang-orang akan mengetahui kebenarannya secepat staf di Steamboat menulis beritanya. Poisson. Navia.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward.
We are moving
That will have
forward.
to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
It will be fine.
You're
Thanks.
back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarion?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Wait just a moment.
Clarin
Do you mind me
dan
asking a few
Navia
questions?
sudah
You know, about how
berdamai.
you felt before the duel. About what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Smile. Ayo foto keluarga, cuy.
Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Foto keluarga, cuy.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
Impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillet, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillet asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal...
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Foto keluarga dulu, foto keluarga. Ganti LL.
This world is full of
What the fuck? Pergi ke Fortress of Merpai. Let's go. Kita ke Fortress, ke benteng.
Water jet.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Duke, wala sengaja
Of course.
ngomong di pintu.
I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Alright then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Dasar oportunis.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this guy. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that...
I'll just leave the spot. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for a...
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will mine. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Everyone, the shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Docks. Pergi ke rumah Ritim Harbor. Rumah Ritim Harbor. Itu juga. Jauh juga nih pelabuhannya. Lama juga nih. Gila, lagu Fontaine enak-enak banget cuy. Kenapa nih? Normal-normal aja. Oi, error, oi. Buffering anjir. Si kocak. Oi. Baru mati. Mati kah streamingnya? Kok di gue ada tulisan error? Nah, enggak kan? Sangat baik. Ada error tiba-tiba. Itu mereka beneran ada loh. Kok bisa tahu sih? Siapa yang
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon.
Traveler,
And Miss Charlotte,
Paimon.
too.
And Miss Charlotte too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
Oh, kantong
What sort
aja.
of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Hahaha.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact?
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte...
Got it.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
That's alright.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Diplomatic gift?
A diplomatic gift?
Gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and...
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking...
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some reason for...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he real busy? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Siapa nih ngomong? The knave?
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishment.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
Vision?
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Thank you.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our...
I will.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue.
Farewell, Father.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
Buat pindahin barang.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
Inilah nama hidup. Semua orang punya jalannya masing-masing. Tapi nasib akan menuntun kita bertemu teman-teman yang sudah berjodoh. Anjay. Kelas ini.
Alright then. We'll be handing out pockets and...
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Should we go
Cari
see
new
Nicholas?
village. Di mana new village ya? Di mana new village ya? Oh, di Opera Epic Place. Di Opera Epic Place. Sibuk nih aja. New village jadi Arkon. Fontaine udah nge Arkon, cok. No, kurang. Cari new village. Lah, bukan di sini, di benteng.
The entrance to the fortress. Ooh, he really is there.
Wah, kebetulan ada. What the fuck?
So, you really are here, Nicholas. Hareya didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the...
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
New village menghela napas lalu mulai kebenaran yang dia lihat pada hari itu. Pak Kalors menipu prinsip langit menggunakan sandiwara tidak terus dan sering.
So that's what happened?
Aku cuma tahu bagian Verina saja.
Fussalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign.
Pak Kalors menghancurkan tahta suci Archon Hydro untuk mengembalikan kekuatanmu. Dan kamu sekarang jadi naga Hydro sejati.
But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element.
Kekuasaan para naga purba adalah kendali penuh atas elemen. Untukku, elemen hydro.
Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics.
Orang Fontaine adalah manusia tidak lengkap, yang lahir dari kekuatan lautan primordial yang dipinjam oleh Egeria. Prinsipnya kurang lebih mirip hydromin.
But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Tapi selama kekuatan purbakala itu masih ada di dalam mereka, aku bisa menggunakan kekuasaan para naga purba untuk memberi mereka darah yang sejati. Seperti ketika kehidupan pertama muncul di planet.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Dengan kata lain, ketika aku menjatuhkan putusan, rakyat Fontaine akhirnya telah menjadi manusia sejati dan tidak bisa lagi larut oleh air dari lautan primordial.
Fosular must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Vocalors pasti ngandelin kamu untuk membuat keputusan seperti itu. Keputusan itu kan yang bikin ramalannya kayak jadi kenyataan sambil tetap nolongin semua orang. Orang Fontaine akhirnya terlahir.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fosular finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
Ya, dan juga Vocalor akhirnya berhasil mewujudkan keinginan Archon Hydro terdahulu untuk mengubah Oceanid jadi manusia.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Melihat wajahmu seperti itu, aku rasa masih ada pertanyaan yang belum terjawab ya.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Silahkan, aku akan jawab sesuai kebenaran yang aku ketahui tentang putusan awal yang dijatuhkan ke Children.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Fosulor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
I guess Fosulor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally hang on a second. Paimon suddenly, back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Wow.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual will...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, with the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them at...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina...
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. Before leaving I related Fosulor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay!
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Fosulor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro...
After Fosulor passed on, the oratories also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Tentang perhentian selanjutnya di
You
perjalanan.
will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Natlan, betul. Setelah ini kalian akan menuju Natlan, betul.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Sayangnya aku kurang berbakat sebagai pemandu. Jadi hanya bisa memberitahu kalian semua yang aku tahu tentang bangsa itu.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Sejauh yang aku tahu, Natlan sering disebut sebagai bangsa para naga.
A nation of dragons?
Bangsa
You mean like
naga.
you?
Kayak kamu gitu?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Bukan. Kurasa kita akan disambut di sana.
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Beda dengan naga purba seperti diriku. Para naga di Natlan sudah berkembang dan berevolusi selama bertahun-tahun. Banyak dari mereka yang hidup berdampingan dengan manusia.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Natlan juga disebut sebagai bangsa perang. Tanah itu dilanda peperangan tanpa seperti api yang tak pernah padam.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you.
Ada satu info lagi yang aku dapat secara tidak sengaja ketika berunding dengan the Knave. Mungkin bisa
The
berguna.
harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Harbinger yang disebut the Captain telah menceburkan diri dalam peperangan tak berkesudahan di sana.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
Captain, dari namanya sih dia bukan orang sembarangan. Para Fatui ya, mereka ada di mana-mana. Ada saja.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Kusarankan kalian mempersiapkan diri dengan sangat baik sebelum bertolak ke Natlan. Pintu Fontaine akan selalu terbuka lebar bagi kalian.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Sudah tidak ada pertanyaan.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the... We guessed that there might be some reason for it.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Loading.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over over soon as well.
Wow.
What next?
Lalu?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Kamu kasih descender juga betul?
Remains? I've never heard of any such.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Kalian biasa menyebut
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass.
Next time. You believe we will?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I?
Punya murid. Script punya murid. Script punya murid. Gila udah 4 jam cuy streaming.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you—
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come. I wonder, does your
like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
Misalnya bisa pakai kekuatan elemen tanpa vision. Itu artinya badannya cocok dengan sama kekuatan elemen.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
Padahal di OBS-nya hijau-hijau aja pinknya.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Penyamaran sang pendosa. Sudah tamat, guys. Penyamaran sang pendosa sudah kita selesaikan. Telah menamatkan. Hai. Kita telah menamatkan quest Arkon. Kita telah menamatkan quest Arkon Fountain. Oke guys, sepertinya sampai sini dulu aja live streaming kali ini. Kita akan lanjut kisah Traveler di streaming selanjutnya. Bye bye. See you again.